Hello, and welcome back to some good old programming. I hope everyone's had a good day so far. Hope everyone's had a good one. Oh, I'm tired. I have been still sick, still recovering. Just a sec, I forgot to turn that off. There we go. Right. But yeah, still sick, still recovering. Did not get anywhere near as much work done as I'd like to have over the weekend, and that is pretty much just due to the fact that we have a property inspection today. Is the case, right? So with that being the case, I haven't had the time to work on as much stuff because I've been just doing cleaning. Especially knowing that the flatmate is away at the moment, that leaves all the cleaning to me. Which isn't bad. So the camera is just not focusing properly. There we go. But yeah, it's just, that's what it is, right? So that's why I've just not gotten anywhere near as much work done as I would have liked. So currently, we're basically where we left off. I think I may have done like some subtle tweaks here and there, but nothing too major. Do some theory designing the other day, and I might play around with that idea later. Probably not like today or this week even, but like at some point. But yeah, no, for the most part, all the same sort of stuff. I just, like, I think for the next update, okay, so, two things I want to work on here. I'm trying to think how I'm going to do it. But yeah, no, so for the next update, I will just get the EXs and character splash / icons done up for it, and I will release the next update. So I'm not going to probably be doing too much outside of like quality of life for this week. Maybe doing some art on stream again, we'll see. I might also work on a boss or two, because I really want to be working on bosses. I really think we need to be getting that further along, and shrines we do need to revisit properly at some point, because I promised to do that and we keep getting like sidetracked, because the value of shrines to the game is not something I can consider high. They're purely additive, and I want to make sure that the base game is doing better than with that, if that's the case, right? So what we need to actually change is we need to go here, and this needs to be I think it's just main, right? I might switch this back because I just want to double check that this is the right one, right? Yeah. And then this is cool. Yes, I still need to add in keyboard and controller support, which that will basically be done at the same time. Okay, so I'm going to leave it at character select so I can work on one last major thing, and it's to do with the mirror. How do I want to do this? Trying to think. Actually, I'm gonna Google something quickly because I just want to know if there's a way to get I get the frame rate. Sprite gets speed. Cool. So how do I want to do this? It'd be I'm gonna probably have to make a surface here, aren't I? Because I'm just gonna basically be doing the same as the selection. But I'm gonna be doing it differently. Okay, so with this, I'm gonna have to do some really weird finicky stuff. So gonna have to get this earlier. Um, so it should be, we'll just do 0, 0. That, and then okay, and then for the moment I'm just going to do X plus height. And then y. Wait. Y plus height, x plus width times 0.5. And then I'm just gonna time by 3 for the moment. Let's see how this looks. We see nothing. Maybe that'll fix it. No. Stop playing around with numbers until we see if there is a substantial change. Oh, wait, I keep forgetting. Just a sec. So that isn't quite working as we want it to. That's fine. Shit. Okay, right. Yeah, it's gonna be annoying, isn't it? Wait, is this all I need to do then? I didn't think so. Okay, Wah. This is annoying. Alright. I do kind of love that it was like times 10 and it managed to actually be kind of close to what we'd want. Not what I was expecting. But hey. So I just want to double check. We'll see about that in a second. It's not urgent, but we'll see. I bet that would be what's changing it. Okay, I kind of want to know what this value is. So I know what I'm possibly doing with it. So it's 3. So it's 3 frames per second is what I've got. What did I have this as again? Once we get this number right, I want to test something. This is going to be a bit of magic numbering, I feel like, for a little while. Yeah, it's way too slow. Seems about right now. Okay, so what happens if we put in this one, though? Okay. Because it's a higher number, so we need to consider how we do this. So image speed is going to come out as either, for now, it's 3 or, is it 5 or 7 for player sprites? Normal is 4, you are 10. This was saying 3 earlier on this. Was it not? So I kind of want to make this adaptable. Yeah, 3. And then if we change you to 1, what do you come up? If it says 9, then it's 1 less than whatever it says. That says 10. Okay, so maybe Iron Mouse's is slightly different. It is. I didn't know that. That's kind of why I'm like wanting to see if I can prep this way. Is it means that like potentially I could make certain characters have slightly faster and slightly slower idle animations. More relative to the individual stuff, which I would prefer to do, because I want to have like that sort of level of feel with the characters. Okay, so what math would we need to do to get that working? So these are calculated, the image speed is the frames per second we would need to do. All right. So all right, let's have a little look at this calculation then. Doesn't seem quite right. Okay. See if this works better. Alright, and now I want to set this up the way I want to. There's two values I could use for it. No, there's just one value I could use for it. Uh, Okay, so I'm gonna have to do... First we check if this works. Seems fine. Cool. What is it again? It would be... Oh, I have this written down on some weapons. This is showcase. No, that's not how that goes. Okay. So it'll probably be the end. Is this what I want? Okay. Let's see how this looks. Well. That didn't look right. Oh, that's probably part of it. Ah. I had a feeling that was the case, but I wasn't sure. That is a point. If I'm gonna do it every 4 loops, why bother doing this? I could just do... that. But this still doesn't solve my issue because the image is going to keep ticking up instantly after a specific point because this is an image index and it's going to be going to the max point. Alright, so it's going to start looking like that again. Yeah. Hey, Yamila, how's it going? Get out? I see. Okay, so it is what I thought. Maybe that will fix the issue. Okay. So I'm currently thinking about the brew band, my previous concept, or just making a blend. Fair enough. Can't say it sounds like a bad idea. Wanted to record War Thunder actually too. Yeah, it's always a surprising one with what you want to end up doing. Cool. That works. Can always have different outfits. I mean, the immediate thing I have with that is that's a lot of asset work. So while it doesn't sound like a horrendously bad idea, that's something to probably keep in mind. But yeah, I mean, it could work. scale size. And raise the player up just a little bit. Mesh swap plus minor rigging. Got a plan, don't worry. Okay, well. Oh, sorry. If you've got it all planned, then there's no problem. I was just always, my immediate thought on that matter was just, that could end up being a lot. Why is tungsten rack so shaky in the mirror? What do you mean shaky? If equals 0. Check value equals 8. Check value. See, agreed. Mirror, tell me the truth. What is the best racing game in the world? Iron Mouse appears in the mirror and starts yapping. Starts yelling at you. Spanish. Okay, and now I'm going to up this value to 5. Latinas. Shadow moment. Exactly. I love Latinas. To be fair, Latinas are pretty good. Bro knows something about Latinas. I mean, hey, New Zealand's a very diverse culture. We have a diverse country of many cultures. We experience a lot of things. Get a taste of it all. Okay, that's looking decent. So now I need to add in the check for which skin we've currently got selected. So what is the value for that again? It's skin indexed. So sometimes you wonder about these things. Alright, character dot skin index. Oh. Oh. That was... Okay. Now, what did I watch recently with Iron Mouse? It was the Halloween thing she did with Connor in VR. Always moments like that where it's just like kind of entertaining. I saw it mainly from Connor's POV though, where it's just like him fucking ginormous over the top of her. Like actually has to look down to even see her. Which, from what I've been told, is what it is like in real life for them. She's very short apparently in real life, which is very funny. Maybe it shouldn't be funny, but it's very funny. Alright, just to double check that this doesn't crash the game, and then we can start adding spicy things. Cool. For now... For now, I think I'm just going to have a button so you can toggle the skins, because I'm not going to have very many skins in. Yeah. That's the character list. Where's the assist again? Assist chord stuff here. There we go. Alright. And I'm just gonna probably have... Is this hard set? That's hard set, cool. Y plus equals... Gap times 3, I guess. And then I'm just going to draw this. Let's see if that draws. Man, I gotta like them Fox Girls. Yeah, Fox Girls are good though. Oh, that's definitely not far enough down. Plus width. Okay. Do the good old mouse inbox. What do you mean? What could you possibly mean? I think, do I just write a really shitty ternary operator here? Character dot sprites -1, then zero else so that's the wrong denotion. There we go. Start to brag about pronouns. I mean, I'm of the category, if you've got pronouns, I'll try and do my best to fucking use them, otherwise I just will use generic ones. I don't care what you call me. I have no real desire or anything that matters to me. In that kind of very gender fluid, I guess, thing, where it's just, it just doesn't matter to me. Not saying it doesn't matter to some people. It does matter to a lot of people, and you should respect it when you can, but it does get confusing. So kind of like while I say I try and do my best, there's also meet me halfway kind of moment with that stuff, where it's like, look, if... Because I think I've talked about the story before. So a friend of mine did transition, and I tend to use male pronouns as the ambiguous ones. So like, well, poorly pronounced ones, because that's like where you get the im one and stuff, because it's him, her, can be im, I am. And I tend to use that. Now you'll hear me use they a lot more, and that's because like, I got to a point where I accidentally said it a few times in front of them and it did upset them. And I'm like, I'm genuinely sorry. It's just a part of my brain that I never thought I would have to rewrite things on. And that's it. Hold up, there are pronouns like that. Neutral him. It's I am im is what I was informed is a neutral pronoun. There's a lot of neutral pronouns like that. But the fact that, like, in New Zealand, at least, we use, like, bro as a gender neutral, in a sense, pronoun. It's just a thing of calling someone. It's hey bro. Hey bro. All that. But, I have, in my experience, I've come across people that, like, if they transitioned from male to female, then they were adverse to the usage of male pronouns in general, in neutral terming, which is what I usually do, and that's my problem, and that's on me. That's cool. But it is, yeah, I'll openly admit to it. It's difficult to keep up with sometimes. Especially with how fast the world is changing for those. I can't understand people who are sensitive about that. This is where I say, like, it's a give and take relationship with that stuff. I understand to an extent where they're coming from, because, like, it's hard to probably, like, pin down in a good argumentative sense, but it is basically someone, like, potentially... How I've had it explained to me, again, not great on this. The subject's definitely not, like, my great area of expertise of mine. But how I've had it explained is the, how do I best explain it? It's kind of like someone not caring. It almost feels like that. It's caring who you are or like what you are. Which is kind of on that same level of that, I don't know if anyone remembers it, but there was that one talent or song or whatever TV show where, like, one of the judges said it's like, oh, really lovely this Asian race, right? Like, I think it was Japanese or something like that. And it's like, oh, I'm actually this. And it's like, the Asian, it's all the same. That is bigotry. That is like almost an active effort to disregard the identity of someone. And that can feel like shit, right? Now, most of us are, I would say most of us are thick-skinned in a sense, so we don't really get affected by that. But when you're in a state of flux, especially, I could see that being quite an emotional turmoil when you're struggling with your own identity. So the fact that you're getting told this and that. Bigotry, from when racism is bigotry. Bigotry is being a bigot, which is being an asshole, basically. If we're, like, condensing things down. Like, it's just a nice way of saying that in most cases. Is just like it can come off as malicious, right? You're too/paranoid. No, what is the one that I still love? It's that really shitty Mario one where it's like, oh, you're gender fluid, or like, what are your pronouns? It's she, them, titties, or whatever the fuck it was. I still think that was so fucking funny. But, point is, though, is that, yeah, I can understand that, but, like, why I say, like, it's a give and take relationship with that is, if you are on the end of your pronouns got misused, try and understand that some people might not be used to that. It's very hard to rewire your brain sometimes, because there's parts of your brain that you kind of just don't expect to have to rewrite. Like, a cat is a cat, right? Your brain doesn't feel like it has to rewrite what a cat is. But, and especially now, like, with my generation and anyone older than mine, we weren't ready to rewrite. Why rewire? Why not some compromise? The compromise is them accepting you might get it wrong a little bit, but you need to put in the effort. Like, what you're suggesting is compromise, and this is something I have a lot of problems with because of experience. Compromise doesn't mean one side gives up to the other. There needs to be a middle ground, an effort made. So that's why I'm saying an effort needs to be made by those that are getting the misgendering or the mispronouned to accept. Some people might. Don't take it too hard, but do inform and accept that. Like, if they keep doing it actively, just avoid them. They're not worth your time, right? But like, if you go to a shop and someone opens the door and goes like, here you go, miss, and you don't identify as a miss, don't go out of your way to ruin both your day and their day. It's just not worth it. It's just like, sorry, I'm not a miss or something like that, and move on. If you want to even do that. But yeah, no, the reason why I say that about the compromise thing though, and I do apologize if it felt like I kind of went off on that, that is what I had to deal with my mother, with what happened last year, with all that stuff. Is just the idea. It's compromise means no, you surrender. You do what the other party wants, and the compromise is you suck it up and don't complain, which is not okay. Never should you be in a situation where that is what's happening. That is a completely unacceptable thing. If anyone is treating you like that, that is toxic, and you need to tell them either to stop or leave. Just straight up. That is just beyond unacceptable. Compromise is about finding that middle ground. Don't get me wrong, sometimes the middle ground can be a bit more middle to one side, but that's because you've actually put the effort in to find a point where you both can agree this is acceptable, right? Not all but some. I mean, at the end of the day, this is why I say, like, some of these people have it as a very sensitive topic to them, right? So sometimes just don't bring it up. Like, one thing that caught me off guard in recent with pronouns, and you might as well just kind of like not even signal out any community specifically with this, but just talking on pronouns in general. One thing that screwed me up was Sayu. His partner identifies as them. I was in a chat and someone did that, and I just kind of like didn't register for a moment, and then I saw like a big thing come about it in his chat, and it's just like, oh, okay, no, my bad. And from then I've always referred to them as them, right? Because it became like a whole topic, and I was just like, oh god, this is looking... The mods had to get involved, Sayu even had to get involved. It was really upsetting to see. But yeah. I do appreciate, though, that Sayu's partner, they did just kind of like not bring it up. Let's just go genderless blobs of gelatine and goop. You know what? I'm down for that. But yeah, that's why if you ever wonder, I just refer to people as they and them. Very rarely will I actually use a gendered pronoun if I can, unless I directly know the person well enough to say them. And that's just because I can't be asked dealing with the fallout. And that's pretty much what I think is going to be like the movement towards. I just like to call it woke the end. I've talked about this before. I don't like the concept of woke arguments. Woke is ruining this. Malithus Besco, exactly. Fabulous. But But no, I love how, because that's like the thing, right? Concord. Concord's a great example of this. So many people argue that the reason their game did poorly was because it was too woke. You wanna know the real truth of this is? Baldur's Gate's equally as woke. Why did that game win awards, yet Concord didn't? It's because the gameplay sucked. The gameplay loop wasn't as enjoyable, not enough. It wasn't rewarding, yada yada yada. These things, right? It's nothing to do with woke. A shitty story but good gameplay, people are still gonna play it. Shitty gameplay and not really that amazing of designs, because I agree with, was it Thor's sentiment that a lot of the base skins in the game looked like the skins you would get for free that are just recolorings of the character and you wore them because they looked stupid and silly. Not all of them, but some of them. And it's like, if the game's not visually appealing, like very visually appealing, the gameplay's very generic and fairly stale in a fairly dominated field. There's a lot of other games that do the same gameplay loop and have a lot of quality in them. And it just kind of came late. And it didn't have the marketing it needed. It looks like it was a game that it should not have actually released. It should have been cut on the R&D floor and written off as a tax write-off for R&D. But they didn't do that. That's the most confusing part of it. Like, why they didn't do that? I don't know. But that's how it is. So yeah, that's always been like that kind of issue, and it's the same. In a sense, it's the same with TV shows. I mean, TV shows have always been woke, if you want to use the word woke. Is like all up to date and modern and PC and all this sort of stuff. They always have been. Killed my shitty shooter game, America. Exactly. I won't mind until it is enforced. I mean, yeah, forcing a topic's never been good in games, but also there are games that have done it correctly. I've personally talked about this a few times. There are plenty of games that force a narrative argument. And they're gorgeous for it because they craft it very woven in. So they tell you all the stuff around it and let you realize that's what it's about. Frostpunk's a good example of this. It's a huge, huge topic on what humans are willing to do to survive. And talking about morality, talking about like, are you willing to give up on your morals for more likely survival? What does that result in? And it actually shows you kind of have to compromise a little bit there. You have to go one way sometimes and another way another. You have to keep everyone happy as best you can. It's hard. But at that same time, a game like Journey. Journey also pushes a very particular narrative, but it tells you it without telling you. And that's really, really gorgeous. I like that. I appreciate when developers are willing to do that sort of stuff. There's also... There was a TV show or a game... No, there was a... Sorry. There was a comic series that got made into a movie that was a great example of transgender... what's the term for it? There's a specific word for it, but it's basically like a lot of that sort of not understanding gender identity, right? Like wrestling with gender identity. It was really, really fucking gorgeous, which is the Nimona. I really like the original. It was a lot more subtle in the original. The movie did it pretty nicely for a lot of its stuff, and I kind of appreciated it. A lot of people didn't like it because it was a lot more overt in the movie, and people going like, this isn't what Nimona is about. It's like, no, this was. All the way through, this has always been what Nimona was like hugely about it after a specific point, was the idea of not wanting to conform and not feeling comfortable conformed, right? And wanting to be yourself, which is fluid, which is whatever, right? That's another good example. Now this becomes this question, do you want to call that out for like this sort of forced aspect? Because it's forced. But is it? It is. But it's done tastefully. And I think that's kind of maybe the argument there. Is it's just, again, it's narrative weaving and plenty of ways to do it, but it's just one of my biggest pains I had with Cassante in League of Legends was that part of his massive advertisement was that he was queer, I believe. And that, I don't like how that sits, and especially knowing that champion is still one of the most worst designed champions in terms of kit, in my eyes, personally, they've pretty much ever done. And that's saying a lot, because there have been some problematic designs. But that champion is just design-wise a mess. And I do not believe it should be anything close to what it is currently. And this becomes that issue there of like, once you attribute a tag or a title to something, then it has to bear that and any flack it might get otherwise, which might get amplified based on things. Hear me out, LGBTQA plus edition. I mean, again, I've got nothing against it just being there, but like, the problem is, as well, and you have to realize this is the case with a lot of things, so the same thing happened with media when women were allowed to do, like, basically vote, take more, like, serious roles and stuff like that, these sorts of things, right? We saw it in movies, women becoming more and more away from a very specific standard and getting more fleshed out and diverse. This created a lot of issues, still has issues to this day, of the writing for these like powerful women. The problem is, and I think Joss Whedon, regardless of some of the stuff he's done outside of it, did Buffy the Vampire Slayer in the best example of this. He took a strong female protagonist that was just a high school teenage girl, very generic high school teenage girl, and he just gave them superpowers and them fighting against the fact that they still want to be that normal girl, but not. That was a really cool way of doing it. But that's where I say, like, this is the problem, is we still keep writing female, supposedly strong female characters like we write strong white male leads, right? And that doesn't work. It really doesn't. And that's where we get the issues with that. So it's kind of, we haven't developed in a way to correctly write a lot of these, and this is where a lot of that juxtaposition, I feel like, comes in. Hola, soy Dora. God damn it. But yeah, that's... Again, this is an argument I'm really bad at because I'm not very confident in a lot of the things I'm saying. Even though I do have some evidence to kind of support it, it's one of those definitely subjective, I believe, is the best way to put it. You can tell the gender of someone based on how they write the opposite gender. That's actually not wrong. Like, there's a very valid point to that, is that the way... so, I don't know if anyone's seen or read a series called Suzuru Children. That series is insanely amazing because how it depicts how bathrooms look for both men and women. So, like, it basically had a scene where this school went to a hot springs, and it was one of the most true-to-life descriptions of how these groups interact in that sort of environment. And I just want to show this, because this is really fucking funny. So if we just kind of split this down the middle here. So on the guy's side, the scene, because like it would be like a full page of one, and it's because it's a 4-comma series. Highly recommend it if you've not read it or want to go thing. I literally have one of the chapters in my room, right? So for the guys, it's literally dude A just goes, walks around with his towel and stuff like that, and he keeps trying to rip the towels off all of the other people and go, show me a cock. And like, he stays in the bath the entire time, gets heat stroke, because he just keeps waiting to see everyone's cock. Not even kidding. Like, all of the scenes is like these characters interacting and stuff like that, and this one dude in the background always adding in. And you have any idea how true to life that is in like locker rooms and stuff? Is there's always that one fucking dude. There's always that one fucking dude that just like shuts your cock. That and fucking excessive use of goddamn deodorants. Right? That's what happens. The woman's side, this caught me off guard because this is something I have been informed about a lot. 2ml short, no, I am getting banned that easy. But on the female side, right? So this is the let's do the depiction. So that's the male side. On the female side, and this is the fucking funniest. They're sitting at the thing, so it's like kind of like this. They're washing their hair and all that. And it's these two characters sitting here. Now, typically, in anime and all that, the talk about it is, yo, how big are your, like, let me see those breasts, how big are those, and stuff like that. There was a little bit of that, which, you know, kids, makes sense. But the first thing that came up was... I'm sucking in my tummy. It's her going, I'm sucking in my tummy, and I kind of hate doing that. I always feel like I'm getting judged by everyone. And you know what the girl next to her says while she's saying all of this? This is the fucking best part. It's just like, oh, I really hate being in these situations because I feel like I have to suck in my tummy. We all are. And she just looks at her and then looks around and sees everyone else going. This is how it is in both situations in a sense, because this dude here... You didn't know this? Grown up is knowing how not to give a shit. Yeah, right? That's the thing. These are fucking high schoolers, right? So this makes sense. Don't ask why. Hey. But at both ends of the spectrum, there is an aspect of how we see each other. So with men, it's being bros to try and hide embarrassment. Because that's the thing, is that's what he's trying to do during all of this. He's trying to be a bro, he's trying to help everyone out, he's trying to, like, make it all chill and relaxing in a situation where it's, like, you're not as comfortable. And that's very men-like, right? Whereas with women, it's hiding that one thing about you so it feels all normal. But the problem is everyone's doing the same thing. You aren't in a special situation to an extent. So that is why I absolutely loved that depiction in that story. Because it was just, this is so true to life based on my experiences. Now, admittedly, I am using, when I say my experiences, this side I can attest to, because surprisingly enough, I am a guy. I did grow up going to the boys' bathroom and all that, so I did see plenty of this dumb shit. And this side is because a lot of people have actually felt very comfortable talking with me about all sorts of things when bringing up the topic, especially in like liberal arts discussions. And this is stuff that I got basically informed about. And I'm like, cool, this is interesting. And this is a very universal concept, apparently. Like, fairly universal. So, I don't give any shits. I mean, like, that's the thing, right? That's why I say, this is, again, kids. When you get to, like, maybe 30s or something like that, you're just, especially, at that stage in time, it's just not worth caring. But, like, that is genuinely the case. And most of my experiences with that. But I thought that would be a little funny topic on that. So, just because you brought up the whole, like, you can often tell the gender of someone by their writing, that one, I believe, was written by a woman. In fact, actually, I think some of the best manga that are written in Japan are ones where it's actually the, the two being in a relationship that are writing it. So, like, the artist and the writer are actually doing, like, doing it together, because often they can bounce things across with each other. And I definitely do see often when it's like the wife or the woman in general being the one writing it, it tends to have a lot more interesting emotion and connection, whereas if it's the man writing it, there's normally better, like more intricate art stuffs, but holy shit, the story's like way more intense. Show us your cat, yeah. But no, it's definitely an interesting one. In contrast, though, I won't say that that's always the case, because there are plenty of, when we go to manga, there are plenty of male manga writers that are incredibly amazing with what they come up with. And some of them are just psychotic. I'm looking at you, Chainsaw Man author, which, holy shit, that man is insane, and I love him. He's one of those people that, like, if I tell you stories about him, you will either believe anything I say or not believe anything I say. Because that's just how insane some of these things are. Like how he ran a fake Twitter that he was pretending to be his little sister enjoying his manga. And we only found out about this because he got banned because it was a fake person. And, like, it was really uncomfortable on some of the tweets. There's also a video of him trying to prove that he can levitate. It's definitely something else. It's definitely something fucking else. So yeah, no, highly recommend looking into some of the things for that. It's really insane. But that's the point, though, is that at the end of the day, like, while there are some of these kind of norms and general expectations, there is a reason why there's some general expectations. But the problem is that it's not always the case, right? You can also levitate, but only while getting head pats. Ah. Well, damn. Guess we're never gonna see that, huh? But yeah, it's definitely quite an interesting thing. I mean, you can like go into the details of these sorts of things. I mean, I've also mentioned before, you can often tell where someone grew up, in a sense, like what country, including my own hands. Oh god. But like I know that especially with Russian writers or those that grew up in like Russia and stuff like that, the way they write is very, very specific. Not all write the same way, but there's a very particular style that you can see that comes out of that area. And it's very fascinating. I love Russian stories. It's just really hard to read them sometimes. They're very wordy, but like, holy shit, they're very good. So I will say that it's quite nice. Ooh. Sorry, I just cracked my knuckles and that was very, very intense cracking. Back on the woke talk, what's your thought on including hetero to LGBT? Should it stay a minority group or should it develop somewhere in the areas of equal stuff? I mean, this is where I kind of point at, like, there's the problem with that movement is that it is both all-encompassing and non-inclusive. It's the same with the Black Lives Matter movement and why it actually had some weird opposition that kind of made a bit of sense. What LGBTQA+, I'm just going to go Q+, I apologize if I'm missing anything, but it's just, the titling changes so frequently, it's kind of hard to keep up. But LGBTQ+, the concept of it is that it is bringing forward these things that have been in this oppressed state for a long time. Hetero is not what I would consider a minority group. But the idea is that theoretically, if we have enough time go on and stuff like that and enough like effort actually put in, LGBTQ plus will kind of just dissolve and disappear because it will just come normalized and exist. Right? So there's no space for hetero in that because hetero is already in that space. And it's not really seeing any form of attack or oppression, unlike these groups are seeing in other countries. Because there are genuinely countries that do not allow same-sex marriage, right? And because of that, there is a form of oppression there. You can't deny that that's a form of oppression because it means that you're not getting the same rights as another person because of something about you. Whether it's a thing you can choose or not, disregard that. It's the fact is there is a form of oppression there. Not yet, but yeah, I'm gonna say not yet on that, definitely. Because like there could be something that changes along the way, but at this stage in time, I don't see an issue, right? My issue is that when I go back to like the LGBT, like the non-inclusive, all-encompassing groups, the problem with them is that they often have a very specific thing that they're trying to push as an argument, and it can get easily misconstrued by both people outside and inside of those groups, that it's kind of an like an evolution like the value of this is now greater than this. And that's the problem. That's what happened with the Black Lives Matter movement, is the argument of, well, all lives matter. And it's like, yes, all lives matter. Not saying Black Lives Matter more, it's that they should matter equal. And that was the problem, is that, especially in the US, at the time of it, there was a lot of things, and still is, a lot of racial oppression and systematic racial oppression. It's not good. So it's not saying that other lives don't matter, it's that we should kind of be made aware that these lives are not actually getting treated like they matter in some cases. Especially that's how they feel, and that's important. So that's kind of the problem with that sort of stuff, is that like there will be some that just kind of go like, no, I'm this, so I'm therefore above. I'm elevated in position. It's like, no. And then there are those outside of it that will immediately go, but I also matter. It's like, we're not saying you don't. Please. We really aren't. And it's when those two kind of groups in those communities interact is when the worst of it comes in. And that's what we see a lot as well. As a gonkly bonkly, I can confirm. Thank you. But I think, does that kind of answer what you were asking there, Mello? With like the opinion on that matter? Because like I'm also not an expert in this field, right? I'm very much not an expert on this field, and my research on this is, I wouldn't say surface level, but definitely not as deep as someone that actually is researching this field quite actively. I often feel like some people in the group are just feeling elevated, especially on X, and this is normal pretty much every formation. Yes, there is always normally it's a minority group inside of any kind of community or organization that think themselves better for being in it. Malith is an expert, what do you mean? But like, arguably, you wanna know the worst part, right? We can even use TV shows as an example for this. Remember Game of Thrones, when that was coming out? There was the big thing of, I watch Game of Thrones. It's like, I don't give a shit. It's like, do you watch Game of Thrones? No, you should watch Game of Thrones. I don't care. They think themselves better because they're watching something that they believe elevates them in terms of value. Because they're letting something else attribute value to them, which is never good. Even the gender specialists don't know scrap these days. Honestly, to an extent, you're not wrong with that. In my experiences with academics talking with them, it's because it's such a complex issue and it's changing day by day. It's really hard to track, and heart goes out to academics actually working in that field because it is extremely difficult to keep up. Do not think that like these people are just doing this and going like, ha ha ha, funny, I'm stupid. It's because things are changing, and the problem as well with academics is they tend to have a huge fucking ego, so they have a really hard time looking at conflicting evidence with their own opinions. So if you go into these sorts of academic positions with a preconception, you can often find a lot of problems. I talked about this with philosophy the other day, where like I went into a philosophy class about metaphysics and epistemology with a nihilist, and he fucking hated that class because he was nihilistic to begin with, and we kind of constantly proved the failings of being nihilistic. Because it's really easy to disprove it. When your entire argument is nothing matters, it's like, then why are you getting out of bed? Why are you bothering? And it's like, oh, because I want to live in the moment. Therefore, you're not talking about that. You're living in the moment. That's not nihilistic. Nihilistic is nothing matters. Everything doesn't matter. Nothing exists. Nothing's true. Basically nothing is nothing and everything is nothing. Don't be like that. It's not worth it. It just makes you more depressed than you need to be. Find a way to look at things in as optimistic of a way as you think is safe. Right? But yeah, we'll see tomorrow. You have no idea how much I set that to academics. Especially when I was talking with microbiologists when COVID was happening. That was the big conversation we'd constantly have. It's like, this is everything we know as of right this moment. This is the last information we had available to us. This is all of this stuff. We'll see tomorrow. Genuinely, it was a case of like, we'll see tomorrow. We catch up the next day. New information's available and we talk about it over coffee. It's insane. It's the same with even historical stuff. You don't realize how much stuff changes in a day. Information travels really, really quickly, which means things are more available to us. It's insane. On the bright side, there are non-hetero people who support hetero too. Minority, but so I wouldn't say a minority. Again, this is getting to that argument of what feminism has, right? So a lot of people shit on feminism, but the truth of it is what they're shitting on is what's termed as neo-feminism, right? So let me kind of briefly explain those terms. Feminism is aiming for an equality between men and women, right? Cool. I think we can all more or less agree with that to an extent. I don't think there's anything really problematic with basically an equalized treatment with equitable necessity when needed, right? What the problem is you get into then neo-feminism, which is what I was talking about earlier, which is that's the subgroup of feminism that believe women should be better. That's where you get those cafes that charge men more than women just because they're in the name of feminism. So that's not really the case. That's now oppressing the other group. That is the issue. Is when you get that, right? There should be equity. There shouldn't be an argument for pure equality, because that's never going to work. But equity is important. That's what we've kind of concluded in the last, 20 years, I guess. Oppression, hell no. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like, you don't want to oppress a group, you want to equitize, there we go, groups, where it's basically there is a baseline that we all should be able to obtain, and then anyone that can't get to that baseline, we elevate. We give an advantage to them to help them get to this expected level. There's always the big drawing for this, if anyone's wondering. This is a very famous drawing. Here's, let's see. Here's a fence at a game. You can't see through the fence. Nothing, right? You got three people. You've got the dad here. You've got the older brother, and you've got the younger brother. How do you get them to all watch the game? There's the three different ways. There is the, this is equality here. This is, inverse. No, that's not quite right. There we go. Right, and then, so this is equality. This is, targeted, efforts, and then you get equity, which is... I should also technically raise this up even more, because that's actually the point of it. It's like the box comes up here. That's kind of the thing. So this is advantaging the disadvantaged. This is something that a lot of what I was kind of talking about. This is equality, and you can see here the equality doesn't work. because not everyone can see the game. But here you see sharing the resources where they're necessary. That's equity. That's the idea. I once debated with a Russian non-feminist, bro. She was like, all men are... yeah, well, I mean, like, that's kind of the thing, right? It's like there are outlying individuals that are like that, and it's just not worth debating with outliers like that when they're just clearly not willing to debate. They're just there for a thing. It's just, I wouldn't even call that a debate. It's very likely it was just them going like, this is my opinion, how dare you oppress my opinion? And it's like, okay, I get that, but also don't be a dick. Once debated, never again, exactly. When it's people like that, don't bother wasting your time and energy on them. It's just not worth it. Not for you and not for them. You're not going to change their mind. They're going to get more dug into a hole, and then now they're going to talk to their other people that might think like-minded and go, there was this one person that was oppressing my opinion and they just proved me right further. It's like, shit. Now you've just added to their argument. Don't add to their argument. Be the, like, contrary to that. It's like, oh, I don't agree with it. So, okay, never mind. My bad. I'm sorry. I'll leave you to it. But yeah, so in short, that's why we aim for equity in most places, I feel. But there's still issues with it, right? Because it's kind of the... what's equity and what's advantaging to others, right? Like taking away from one to give to another. By the way, the other image of that, I believe, for capitalism is the dad gets all of the boxes as well. And maybe the younger brother gets a box, if he's lucky. That's the problem with capitalism. Is it's supposed to be a trickle-down economic theory, but trickle-down only works when it's either enforced or... it's either enforced or you don't have humans involved in the equation. Because there's human irregularity and human emotion that goes into it, and that immediately ruins perfect conclusive ideas like that. Why something like most forms of communism would never work, because if you actually take into consideration human theory, it just can't. It's not how the human works. But yeah, no, like communism there would be everyone got a box, which means that the dad is above more than he needs to be. The younger brother, the middle brother, the older brother, sorry, would be able to see, and then the younger brother still can't see. Alright. I love eating chocolate lesbians or baby pretzel chocolate. God damn it. But yeah, this is a very difficult topic, and I think it's very important to kind of just acknowledge that some people don't know as much as others in this area, and that's not to, like, diminish any thoughts on it. Because, like, obviously my effort here is not to devalue what someone says and what they think, because that's never okay. Everyone's got their own opinions and it's informed by whatever it is. Just, I hope that you inform your opinion based on effort to research, right? Go question things and figure out why is it the case. Capitalism isn't perfect, but it's the closest we got to perfection. Well, the short answer is even, I would counteract that with, it's, maybe this is me looking at it in a negative light, but it's basically, it's, at this point in time, the best we came up with. Like, neoliberalism and capitalism, like, are two really bad systems, but they're the best we've got so far. And the problem is that you need to kind of come up with, like, your own thing. And I've talked about it as well before, like, the master's tools can't dismantle the master's house, which is a term from a book called The Allegory of the Oppressed, which is a really good read, by the way. It was written by, I think, the first South American scholar. So, yeah. You saw what she showed you? Hydrate? Wait, what? Did I look at something that was sketch? Oh, it was a timeout. Okay, I see. Oh, I shall hydrate then. But yes, I also to agree with Stefan. It's just the fucking up, down, left, right, BA, start. Very important. You're now in God mode. Hell yeah. Ooh, this is an issue I forgot that I might need to do something about. Do we need to worry about that? I don't think we don't need to worry about it right now. I love the Konami code. Konami code's great. It gets used in more things than people realize. Pro deleted whole Hololive. To be fair, Hololive is just Guru at this point. That's why it's just like, that's something we might need to consider. Is trying to make a code thing for hiding this, but there's an argument that we shouldn't even need to worry, right? Because there should be more than one character of each branch, in a sense. So how are you? I'm doing not too bad. How are you doing there, Stefan? Hope your day's been good. Konami's gold is pop culture? Yes. No, 100%, right? It's a hugely valuable pop culture at this point. Like, it is far exceeded what it originally was. Okay, what I want to see about working on is creating a system for saving values to locations. So I'm gonna have to try and start making a system that I've been needing to make for far too long, which is gonna have to be in here. Save data. Do I make a separate INI for this? I kind of want to try and make one that's like, there's already a Hololive game, true. But I like Hololive as well. And this is supposed to be celebrating VTubers, so, you know. Speaking of, holocure next update, very soon, 0.7, super fucking excited. I'm gonna be playing that on stream quite a bit when that comes out. This game, we aren't saving the fans, we're eating the fans. True. Heavy metal fans in particular, right? The disease of society, VTubers. It's not too far off, let's be honest. Best, let's have a little look-see. Okay, I'm gonna bring this over here so I can actually read chat still. Grass mode is too strong. Yeah. I have surrounded myself mostly grass, so I'm safe from VTubers here. Have you seen some one recently debut from the agency VTubers? Who might you be referring to with that? Because we've talked about a few of the things recently. There's one individual that I'm surprised we've seen reincarnated. It's really, really surprising to hear from them again, and it's very nice to hear from them again. Because I don't know if anyone knows this, and I'm going to be, again, respectful. I'm not going to talk about things like all that, but there is a certain tan space entity thing. It's tanned in space entity woman that may have reincarnated recently and has started streaming again, which is awesome. Why the fuck am I bleeding? The chocolate lesbians are fighting back, careful. It's hard to know for sure, but based on the description, it sounds like you're either CSV file or JSON. If you image store data in a table, then CSV. If you image storing it in a more complicated way, nested structures and so on, JSON. In the football scenario, JSON makes the most sense. Okay. Anyway, storing it. Are we reading reviews? No, I'm reading forums because I want to see what is the best answer for the situation I'm trying to do. Because it looks like Jason seems to be one of the better ones for saving a lot of the stuff. Yeah, I do know about this tutorial. Might have a look into that. And buffers to save and load this information to disk or upload it to an online game, for example. Yeah. Because what we're going to want to do... We're going to probably make a function for this. Just realized some people probably don't know what forums are. Don't say that. I don't want to feel that old. Forums are still, like, used highly regularly. Don't do this to me. Who hurt you? Why are you like this? Let's see. And if you still think I'm debut, bro, my debut will be the smallest thing in the VTuber scene. Rather than all Lord. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Forums? You mean ancient Greece forums? Is Malith that old? Dude, I remember back when we made this thing. It's called a library in Alexandria. It's a great place to hang out with all my bros. God damn it. Is this a fucking... Okay. Yeah, it's because it's DS map initiated. Okay. This is something that I'm probably gonna have to look up and research off stream. Not gonna lie, you made me laugh. I'm glad. I'm glad. Wrong kind of Jason. There we go. I just wrote the name Jason. Fuck. God damn it. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Alright. Because how I'm gonna probably end up having to do save data, like I don't really give a rat's ass about your like options data and all that, right? Have you ever tried doing binary saves? I've heard they're harder to crack. Dude, no. Dude, I've written binary back when. The worst experience. And it's worse because, like, I basically go like, cool, I've got it working. And then my teacher, because they didn't understand computers, he's like, cool, can you, like, send this to me somehow so I can run it? I'm like, that's not how you have to come over here. It's like, well, I need to test if it works on my computer. I'm like, it's not gonna work on your computer. It's like, what do you mean? Do you understand binary? Do you understand what that means? To anyone that might not understand what I'm talking about, binary is directly talking with the hardware of your computer over superseding everything, which means the moment you change a computer, everything's wrong because you were talking directly to that computer's rules. Bare metal, yeah. So do not play around with binary too much. It's not worth your time. It's an unnecessary amount of work because it's just a lot of like direct talking to your computer. And the thing is, the moment you start like superseding your OS, you're probably going to destroy your computer unless you know what you're doing. Spicy times. Start writing to the kernel. Let's go. POS game-based win. Dude, I could make one. It'd be funny. You know how hard it would be to recode an OS into a game to make it a game? And then just like the amount of admin control I would need for that. Holy shit, just thinking about it. I don't think a computer can give me that much admin control. And if I was to make a game like that, do you have any... I would never be able to release that on Steam because it would go immediately against its terms of service. Where I believe the rule is you're not allowed to edit any files external to the game. Right? That's why... goddamn, the camera again. Inscription got into, like, some trouble. Because I heard about something from that game where basically you could select an image from your computer or select a file from your computer to use as a card, and based on how old it is and stuff would determine how powerful it is. But if it died, you would lose the file, but they can't actually do that. So what happens, and if this is again, if I recall correctly, it will put a little like file next to it in your files going, delete this. I think that's absolutely hysterical. I think that's really, really cute. Ugh. Right, I think we've probably done everything with the character select that we intend to do for now. For now, the issue remains assist and skin is not going to save between levels and usage and stuff like that. That's what we're going to work on with the JSON save system, is that I'm going to introduce that and introduce a way of locking characters as well. So when we get to the point where I would be locking characters, because again, we're not going to be doing that until Steam release, likely, yeah. I mean, I might have one or two of the characters when we do the shop release be locked, just so we can test that. But, yeah. Right, so you lock it, exactly. But we've got character select working. That's the big thing. And I'm actually really happy with that. I'm really happy with how it's come out. So... and the fact that we can, like, switch the skins as well. I'm kind of happy with that as well. The one issue is cancelling it. No, cancelling it doesn't change the skin. Interesting. Oh, because it's not running the reset code. Oh, yeah. But if I cancel here, it's still going to be, yeah. Oh, interesting. Hustle, woke, sigma, etc. I don't know, I'm no red pillar. Man, it's so Skibbity Ohio of you who say that. It's almost like you're going to stick out your gat for the Rizzler. Don't make me go off time. How do you do, fellow kids? Oh, God. Hey, remember how we have a game that we can actually play? Oh yeah, damage and healing numbers. We need to do that at some point. Ooh. That reminds me of something I need to do. I was going to write some code very quickly for enemies, because there was a bug that has existed for a while since we rewrote certain things that I want to fix. and that just reminded me. It would be under enemy power, a controller for now, I think, for the main ones. Activation spawn, it's this one, I think. Collision with end part buffer. What is end part buffer? Oh, yeah, okay. This. Yeah. Direction. I'm gonna change how direction's calculated. So it would be underscore tar dot x underscore tar dot y. And then I need to add this to boss. So what kind of game are you trying to develop exactly? Like, what's the gameplay gonna look like? Very much Vampire Survivors-like is the idea. Using Vampire Survivors, Soulstone Survivors, a lot of those sort of styled games, as kind of the expectation. Soulstone Survivors is probably the big influence for the general gameplay loop. But the actual intricate gameplay is more Vampire Survivors. I don't know if that answers your question. I can have a show of it in a second once I fix this. Because this should be a nice, easy fix once I remember where I'm looking. Do I not have a thing for this? I'm pretty sure this doesn't... No, it doesn't hear it. Okay. So now, if enemies spawn outside of the wall, or like inside of terrain, what they should do... So what they used to do was they would glide to the nearest... Well, what was supposed to be the calculated nearest exit point. Now they should spawn, and they are not doing what I told them to. God fucking damn it. Of course. Of course. Was that the issue I actually have with this? Maybe? Is this more of a passion project or something you want to make commercial? Can't make it commercial. Because of the legal implications, I would not be able to make it commercial, and I've accepted that since the beginning, before making the game. I have looked into the legal side of things, and I can say with utmost certainty. Yeah, it still just nudges them to the right side. Interesting. You sure there's no way at all? Yes. With the complicated nature of this game, unless I completely overhaul the idea of this game, it's not possible. Why? Because we've got Hololive, Niji Sanji, V Shoujo, and then Independence. If I was to make this commercial, this is the big thing, right? Not only is it a bitch to get the legal rights from someone, like Niji Sanji specifically, they have some really intense legal stuff around this. Hololive only recently allowed some of this sort of stuff, and it's under their development program. I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night all. Catch you later, Kit. But I would need permission from each individual thing. Not gonna say I can't do that, and I've kind of done that a little bit. But the fact is that the legal rights for getting each individual one is hard enough. Getting them when accepting all of them, if I wrote up that contract, the likelihood is I'm getting fucking no money from it anyway. That is 100% the case. That is why I'm just like not gonna bother even caring about that. It's not an important thing to me. Maybe I'll come back later. Well, if you do, I'll hopefully be here. To be fair, today is gonna probably only be like 4 hours stream, because I do need to ensure I'm ready for when the property inspection is. Yeah, I can't do that again. Okay, let's do... That's some dedication. I mean, again, that's why I say, like, I looked up the legal stuff. I know the rules that I have to work with, and I'm fine with it. I have no qualms with the fact that I'm just never going to be able to make money off this. It's not the intention. The intention is to make something fun. If I wanted to make money off a game, I'd make something completely different, right? Okay, now does this work the way I want it to? No, it doesn't. I mean, the fact is they shouldn't be spawning in those areas, because I should be getting an error check for that, but I was doing this because I wanted to see if I could make it to the bosses even. How long until you think the game's going to be fully completed? Steam release, maybe early next year, maybe end of this year, if I'm very, very lucky. Very unlikely, though. Finished? Don't know. I've said the rule of thumb with this is I'm going to get to the Steam release. I'm going to keep updating the game for at least a year. If the game keeps being enjoyed and popular enough, I will keep working on it pretty actively. If not, then I might work on it slower. If not, just completely cease work on it. because I do want to work on my next projects. I have to earn money at some point. Have the pain will need to eat, you know? This magic thing that is. Oh no, I think I know what the issue has been. Wait, I think this is even stupider than I thought. What do I call you? You can just call me Malith. That's what most people call me. Malith the Old Man. It's the online handle I chose. Partly chose. Partly what all friend groups call me. Yeah, I think I did that math wrong, that's why. Okay, so if I do that and then... I'm just gonna put that at 0.65 again for now and see how this looks. It's cool meeting you. Thank you. Get out for now. All good. Have a good day. I'm gonna stick around for the release. I'm glad to hear that. I hope to do my best and live up to the expectations that I've been given via a lot of people now, actually. It's kind of surprising. Did not expect this game to get anywhere near as much positivity as it has. In a lot of the ways that it has. Oh, I should have taken the Demon's Blood. Damn, this game is getting kind of hard though. Gonna have to start giving some options. Still think the spawn numbers are off, right? Oh, Kumachao. I mean, they spawn way too close. That's one big thing. There we go. Demon's Blood again. That is a big power spike. Soon we'll hit this. There we go. So, I want to try and get this dude to fling at a wall first. Seems to come out of it nicely. Now we need to get him to fling out of one of the side walls. Very close to it, though, is the problem. So, I'm actually going to cheat for a little bit. Ignore me. Mispronouncing the party animal. It is them, I believe, is what I need to actually be calling them. Because it's technically two. Okay, coming out of it so far perfectly fine. Come a bit closer. Okay. Seems pretty good. Game's on its way to become social commentary on gender and identity. Yeah. Clearly. I'm gonna start up a whole discussion on it. Oh yeah, I haven't actually set that up. Dude, I can't believe I've forgotten to do that. Fucking... Where is that? Is it under... Two Michelin stars code? Dude, no way is it that high. It's not under breakables, is it? Right. Where is Oak Raids? Ah. So menu change, and it would be options list dot rates. Is it just called crate? Yeah. Then I believe this handles the crate thing. Yep. There we go. Bloody hell. And we will make that this one. Some R-type. Ooh, yeah. Dude, I'm just very tired today. Very tired. Very, very exhausted. Okay, let's just take middle options, speed through some levels of this. Getting some OP-ness going. Get a full-ish build going so we can just chunk through enemies. Mid options, you say? Exactly. I leveled up somewhere in the middle of that. I leveled up again. Alright. Surely I'm strong enough now. I'm very fast, I could say that for certain. Well, that's broken. Might need to do something about that. Oh yeah, no, that's still broken, isn't it? I've not, like, correctly handled that. I'm gonna have to do something about that. That's fine. There's the Karibos for a second there. Well, no, they're, what is it called again? Brown fluff balls? I think was the legally distinct wording I have for them. The fuck did I have that oh, does that stun bosses? I don't know if that should stun bosses. Cool, that works. Make the EXP cluster speed scale to the character speed. So that is something that kind of is on the list. Kind of. Like, not even a joke. Something along those sorts of lines is definitely a consideration. I believe what I was going to do with it was have one or two things I was going to do. I'm either going to have it scale on the target that's picking it up's movement speed, so it catches up with it by having it as like 1.1, so it'll eventually meet you. Or the other idea, and I thought this was slightly more interesting, was have it so once it's starting to be in flight, the speed slowly scales up. It increments up constantly. So it will eventually just go at supersonic speeds to keep up with you if it needs to. I think I like that idea the most. It's probably what we're gonna do, but I'm not 100% sure on that yet. The reason I don't like the idea of scaling it off your speed is that just like it feels kind of cheaty at that point. And then I'd still need to be updating constantly. The speed needs to be the modify thing. Whereas like if I'm just incrementing it slowly, it just looks really, really funny because it's like starts off slow, gets faster and faster and faster until it catches up. I think that's just cool. Means the more speed you layer on, the more like absurd the EXP is going to get as well. All right. Oh, yeah. Man, it doesn't help that I'm still kind of like slightly ill. One day I'll stop being ill again. One day. Alrighty, I'm just gonna quickly look at you. Mental sickness, honestly. I wish it was mental sickness, then I could, like, work past it. Um, okay, there we go. Boop. So, trying to think what I want to do next. Oh, sorry, my brain is really doing its best. Really, I swear to you, it's trying to do its best. This is one of those days where, like, once I finish stream, I'm doing a bunch more cleaning, and then once the inspection's done, I'm going to have to, like, get some of my meds, and then go grab that, and I'll probably, like, come back and pass out, or some shit. Because I had a snooze yesterday, and that actually helped me out a lot. I had, like, a little hour snooze in the afternoon. Hour or two, something like that. That really, really helped me out. I'm probably going to do the same today. Because I'm just feeling really tired. To be fair, I stayed up till, like... How late did I stay up? I stayed up pretty late yesterday. There's an easy way of finding out. I think it was like 10 or 11 or something like that. But yeah. Which is a very late night for me. Reminder, I tend to go to bed at like 7 or 8. 11 p.m? Yeah. PM. Like I tend to go to bed at like 7, 8 p.m. if I can. Sometimes I've gone to bed at 9. It's a extremely late night if I've gone to bed at 10 or later than that. Mouthy old man, yeah, there's a reason. Warming up his old bones, yeah. But it's been good. Been hanging out with friends. It's been fun. But it is definitely one of those things of like, I can only do it only so many nights a week. And it does a lot of damage. At this point, because my body's not used to slightly irregular things like that. So I just need to learn to like find those times to have my my snoozes more. Have afternoon naps and shite. Can only dream about going to bed so earlier. So I've talked about this before. I'm not lucky. No. I used to sleep like 3 hours a week when I was a lot younger. I spent 2 years actively working on rectifying my sleep schedule with medications, with everything. I'm still struggling to this day. In fact, that's why I'm having the meds that I have, is because they're helping me have a slightly better sleep. They are medication for dealing with stuff like PTSD dreams that can wake me up during the night, or just raise my adrenaline enough to mean that I come out of the sleep states and raise up in the sleep states, so I'm not getting good sleep. So no, it's not as easy as it sounds. It was a lot of constant effort to fix it. Constant effort. That's why, like, I kind of work so rigorously to keep it that way as much as I can. Yes, you and your PTSD. Yeah. But it's a ongoing, annoying issue. But yeah, that's why I need to get more of the meds, because it has been improving my sleep quality a little bit. I do need to go back to 3 pills though, because I've gone down to 2 just so I can stretch out the meds that I have. And I'm noticing me going, like, having slightly worse sleep again. So I want to go back up to 3 and see if I go up to 4 or not. Because I don't think I went to 4. So. But it should hopefully improve things. Either way, it just means that in general at the moment I'm very sleepy. So... This was going to be one of the next things I worked on. You reminded yourself? What did you remind yourself of? Okay, so this code is currently held inside of bosses. I'm moving it slightly. It's in the boss parent. No. Here. Alright, Now I eat ramen straight from boiling water, not feeling the burn inside the mouth that much. Little things. Yeah, that I understand. That was, never good. Never good. Would not recommend doing that if you can avoid it. good old keep yourself safe, learn what your limitations are, and work with them. It's really annoying though sometimes. I'll not dispute that. As long as you're not burning yourself is, I think, the big thing, right? I would recommend not becoming a carjack again. Yeah, I shouldn't do that. I haven't done it in a while, so it should be fine. But it's why when I moved back to where the city I came from, right? So some of the friends I hang out with go to a gym. I'm actually kind of half hoping, because they've said they'll take me. I'm half hoping what I'll be able to negotiate with them, because they do know a little bit about me with that. They'll, like, make sure I'm never overexerting myself and causing potential tears in my muscles. So it would be not that, like, I can do this amazing thing first, it's that we do slow things to begin with, and they actually, like, pace me better. Because I won't be able to pace myself correctly. I know I won't. At the gym, 300 kg weight deadlift from the start. Could I do that? Probably would be able to do it. Not that it would be good to do, but that it's possible. So I need... Oh. Ah. What I would need to do is, with... it's boss... Current boss list, that's it. Probably not an idiot. Oh no, I 100% know I'm a fucking moron. It's one of my, strengths. There we go. Let's see. So what I might do is I might change how I approach this to being boss array. Then, do that. Then go back here. Go to the draw GUI. So it'd be drawn there. Yoink this. Imagine. What do you mean, imagine? Imagine Dragons? Good music. Alright, so bar timer is... Let's see. So, okay. First value is the target. Then task and completed international A license in GT1. 3 hours, 16 minutes of footage. Whoa. That's pretty fucking spicy, Jesus. So it's bar timer is that one. Bar timer, angle, named timer. Or named timer. Bar timer, angle, name. Bar, angle, name. Bar, angle, name. Alright. And then, boss num is this one. So do that, then got that, cool. There, and now it's just the name timer. Boom. And then what I need to change about the boss, so it's going to be in this. Yeah, here. With OUI. For var I equals 0, I z array length current bossless. Hey, ya luck, how's it going? Dot I dot 0 equals other. Index remove equals I. Index remove 1. Actually, no, Control K there in case I need a thing. I also realized this is missing that. And there we go. And then I think that should be that. So we just go to OUI. We come into play. And boss UI draw. Current boss list. But I will do if array length current boss list is greater than 0. Do this. Let's see how this goes. I might have to set a button to spawning bosses just so I can test it a bit. You know what? Because we could toggle this in-game very quickly, I'm gonna run with the skin. And because we probably want to speed this up a little bit. Alright. We need a boss to spawn. Game looking good. I'm glad, because, yeah. We are getting to a point where, again, another decent update will come out with all the UI stuff. I was dying currently. I am feeling very ill. I got a property inspection later. So I've had to be doing the cleaning. So that doesn't work. Like, at all. I think I know why. It's because I'm making the values, not referencing the values. So if I rip this out... Don't like that I'm going to be doing a lot of excessive referencing though. Probably a better way of doing this, but for now, we'll hodgepodge this, and I'll clean it up at a later stage. Alright, there we go. Make sure to stay hydrated. I feel like I have been, but admittedly I think today is one of the days where I've like not gone through as much fluid as I should have. So that is actually a wise thing to try and remind me. speed leveling. There we go. Got a decent build going for us. I need to fix that. I need to give that probably a shorter time. That's my cutout timer. If you're wondering why, like, after I level up, I look like I stand still for, like, a bit of time. So here, right? That's because I have a lockout timer for inputs. This is actually an essential thing to have in the game, because otherwise you could accidentally spam a lot of things. The problem is the lockout time is a little long, and the grace window is really low. So it means that it's much, like, just generally worse to get. Alright, boss spawns nicely and cleanly. And the UI for it's all there and good. If we kill it though, I want to see if it crashes, because that's something that's very possible. Because I don't think I rigged up certain things correctly. No? Cool. Sweet. There we go. So, bosses now, their UI is handled by the actual UI and not by the bosses individually, which has caused a couple of issues in the past. And it means that the position in the UI sits a lot nicer. So when you pause, when you all that sort of stuff, it will sit correctly in the list. So that will be a lot nicer. Hey, kitty cat. Yeah. What else? I don't think I want to, like, work too heavily on anything else today, because anything else is going to take longer than, like, an hour, and I don't have that long. So let's do some design stuff, shall we? Because I have a design idea I want to play around with. And I need to just kind of write it down for now. So I'm gonna have to make a new category though. Inscription? No, we are playing a bit of that tomorrow though. I decided I will play a little bit more of it. Because I feel like leaving off where we did is inadequate. There we go. So Coom keyword win. Oh god. I mean, I'm probably gonna have some that are memey, right? But like, I was just thinking about this the other day, is just adding in, so, because I've been playing a lot more Warframe recently, and I was just thinking about the XMI units in that, and I was just thinking, why not add something like that? Adds a little bit of difficulty. Gives the player some diversity in its spawns as well, and it means that I feel a little bit more comfortable with just letting enemies continue spawning. Because something that I've wrestled with a lot is enemies, like, how many enemy types should exist per map, and how often, like, should they always be spawning? So for that, what I mean is, like, if we have our run, at the moment each map has like 5-6 enemies that are going to be added to them. Some maps are going to have some carryover, but for the most part, it's going to be a distinct, different group each time of enemies. So, like, at what point in time does the slime stop spawning in the main map? And it's like, well, I kind of don't want that. So why not have it that, like, as time goes on, more elites spawn, and obviously their stats go up, so the elites get more, like, aggressively scaled as well. So you have to be kind of cautious of them, but I do want them to be like maybe not even a 1 in 100, by the way. It's going to be a lower stat than that. It will be like, to begin with, maybe a 1 in 400 sort of chance for an elite to spawn, and then like as time goes on, progressively maybe a slightly higher chance, and it gets to like maybe 1 in 100 at the end of the run, or at the later stages of the run. Just to pressure the player a little bit and go like, okay, here's something that I need to either avoid or I need to focus. And sure, they'll probably give like an amplified EXP return as well, right? It's kind of the general idea I've got with it. This was just, again, this is a shower thought that I was like, this is probably correct to add. Do I get an art credit for your help on the trash can icon? We'll see, we'll see. As long as you ain't asking for monetary return, you can eat ass if you're doing that. You're getting paid in exposure, boy. God. Getting paid in exposure, imagine. To be fair, there is probably gonna be like a part of the credits that are just gonna list off like a statement of going, and to those in the chat that helped me out. No, Mello, that would definitely not be not for an elite. That would be a boss effect, not elites. Elites are going to be very minor overall what they're probably going to do. They're not going to impact the player that much. There might be ones that slow the player in an area. There might be ones that heal enemies in an area. There might be ones that fire off an additional projectile. Stuff like that. It's very low impact, but it's enough to just kind of like add in a thing. I'm not gonna lock you with an effect like that. That sounds a horrendously bad idea. I could make ones that like randomize their own stats, but I would not be affecting the player like that. Again, the most I'm gonna do is add damage or add CC to an elite. I can say that with pretty good certainty. Anything higher than that creates too much of a thing. Maybe charge keywords would be cool. Yeah, it's like, but keep in mind though, yeah, with keywords, think of it like Diablo, right? Like, think about elites in Diablo is kind of a good example. Because they have keywords, right? And they'll, especially at higher levels, they'll have shitloads of keywords. But it's like vile, decrepit, whatever, and that keyword will mean it has an additional effect relative to that, right? So like toxic. It's a toxic slime. So it's therefore it's going to have some effect that might apply DOT. Like elemental effects, for instance, something small. Yeah, well, it's just, again, that's why I say it, like, something minor, and there's a reason why I word it in the way I do in here. Like, I'm probably going to make a giant chart of all keywords for elites, and from that chart, I will basically add it as a, probably it would just be an enumerator, and we'll have it with that, and it will just check for those going through, right? And it will just apply the effect relative, and I just have those enumerators in a list on the enemy type, so it can say this, it denotes the slime can only have all of these, it can't have these values, for example, over here, because they wouldn't make sense on the slime. Like with slimes, it would definitely be like mainly elemental or sort of theory like that, but there will be some effects that I would feel not adequate, and one effect I can think of, right, is I was thinking of having like floating or something like that, right, as one of the tags. If we have floating, I can't really justify having floating in a list when it's a character that already flies, right? Maybe we could do some keyword combos like fire and ice equals what? No. I would not be doing combos like that. Again, think Diablo is the best you're gonna get. Like, I would not be doing combos like that. I would more likely have it so you can chain keywords, but they would not have like weird overlapping things too much. Outside of maybe like, if I have toxic mean that any damage this does applies a DOT, then it means that if it got something else like fiery, so it's a toxic fiery slime, it would deal an AoE fire that also applies a DOT. Right? And that would be all I'd do. I'm being very particular with it because I don't want it to be a high impact event, like a high impact thing. I just want it to be an additive thing. Right? Like, I might even have a hardened slime or something like that, and it has more armor. Right? Simple things like that. And it's just, the stats are going to be higher, and then it also gets higher armor, which would be really fucking insane to deal with. If you got, like, a difficult enemy like that. And then it'll be, like, slightly color tinged to match the type of slime it is. Right? Metal Gear slime? Hell yeah. Don't get me wrong, some of the keywords that we can do definitely would be probably references and funnies from time to time, right? Like, we could have otaku as one of them, and it's like, it just genuinely tries to avoid the player. Maybe variations on the chain effects. What do you mean by that? Because, like, I'm probably just going to literally have it as a randomization pull from the list if I'm going to have chaining effects. So you could get one that actually synergizes, like I mentioned earlier, the toxic fiery slime, or you could have ones that just straight up have nothing that would work together. And it's just kind of funny because it's this amalgamated creature over there. An otaku fiery slime, so it never comes near you but deals damage in an area around it. I like that idea, actually. That sounds funny. The otaku slime, all it does is bolster its stats even higher and then just avoids you and gives a higher reward when killed. That'd be funny. So again, that's where you're getting to like combinations. I get where you're coming from with that, and that sounds kind of cool. But I don't know if I'd want that. Like, it's a difficult one, right? Because the moment you start getting into that, you start to add a lot of complexity to the spawning logic, which is what I'm actually fearful of when I'm doing this, by the way. That's why I'm saying, like, I want the keyword system to be fairly light. Symbol changes in names. Yeah, I don't know. Because, again, the shorthand is we've had lag issues with enemies spawning already because it's a fairly intense process. It's getting a lot of stats and then it's putting them out. We've had to add the slight delay to them, remember, right? The moment I add more, that potentially spikes that back up again, and that spikes on a larger area. So we have to be very safe with how we approach that. Modifier that would enable such combinations instead of making it into the normal game. See, now that I'd be a little bit more willing to consider, but my concern still is just like the complexity of, because basically what I'd have to do is I'd have to have if check, right? It's like if random into these, if check these, this and this exist. If this is the case, do this. Think about how many if checks you're suggesting getting made. Because I'm talking like maybe, I don't know, 20, 50 fucking random effects per character that they could get. Because I can do really low impact ones. Like regenerative. So it's got a healing effect in it. Right? So it's very low impact what it's going to give. The moment you're asking me to like do if checks for that, for combinations, we're talking potentially hundreds of combinations that could occur. And I would have to make a really intensive listing structure. So it's not that it's not possible, it's that it's dangerous to introduce, right? Because of the potential lag spike that might occur on spawn. I could try and make it more lightweight. I could see a way to do that, maybe? I don't know. I'd have to do a lot of pre-designing for that. Because I'd have to, like, make the list only check specific areas. So it's not going through, a if statement that's 100 miles long. Let's do that then with that. Pin up the event to some timer to save on resources. Like elites would spawn every time you pick, every time boss attacks. No, because then that like gives it a set timer. I don't want a set timer for the elites. I want them to be purely a random chance, and the chance becoming higher and higher as the run goes on for the like each type. So that's the idea, right? Is that elites are progressively more common later, but they're just irregular across the board. Each 10 seconds? God, no. That's way too common. Again, remember the numbers I was throwing out, it's like early on, it's basically one might spawn before you attack the boss, whereas like before the final boss, there might be like 7 or something spawn. That's why I say, like, I'm probably not setting timers for it. I'm probably just having it as part of the spawn logic as a random chance, because it would be really easy to slot in, especially if I do it lightweight. And have it as, like, pulling from certain locations only on specific checks. Because we'd take the, I think it's under enemy creation? Yeah, so it would be part of this. So it would be here. We'd have a random chance for it. So low resource effects or something more flashy. And that's the thing, I am aiming for less flashy, right? Like, we're going to make them low impact, but just the simple fact is their stats are going to be higher than average. Their stats will be higher, and their, and they'll have, like, maybe an effect or two by later stages. That's all I'm aiming for with it. What if we do the keyword combo system for the swamp? Well, see, that's the thing, right? At that point in time, may I posit you the simple fact, we won't do combos, we'll just have them as options. Because that's what I'm kind of suggesting with this. Is like, I'm not saying we wouldn't do radiation, as you suggested earlier, but more that, like, we would do specifically that as an option. Keep in mind, like I suggested, I'm kind of aiming for, like, really large numbers per enemy of random things, of random keywords that it can obtain. That means that there's going to be a lot of, like, pretty much same sort of effects across the board. So the reason I'm saying this is, like, what you're suggesting adds a lot of complexity to, like, a level of complexity we don't need because we're doing lightweight and very linear, right? So again, like, think Diablo Elite and think XMI from Warframe. Like, the impact those have are, they exist. They're definitely something you need to pay attention to. But overall, they'll just die amongst the crowd when you're strong enough. If you're lower level, you definitely have to focus them. But it's in Warframe XMI units, there's specifically one effect. In Diablo, there are multiple effects, and some of those effects could have synergies. Sometimes they'll probably, I assume with Diablo, they've probably got a list, and it's kind of like prioritization list. So if it gets this keyword, it might try and aim for another keyword to synergize with it. So it'll have a weighting structure, but outside of that, I assume not really much else. Like, that's kind of what I'm aiming for with this idea. Very light on the touches. I hope that kind of makes a little bit of sense. What about the boss variations? Nope. I'm not going to do it for bosses. It is purely a generic enemy buff from time to time. That's it. There might be bosses that have some of those keywords as how they kind of work. That's fair, but outside of that, no. I don't mean keywords per se. What do you mean? Do you mean different bosses? Because again, that's something that we've worked on. We've got technically 3 bosses in total designed in the game, just not 2 of them don't have their assets. If we go to, is it here? Yeah, Knife Doggo and Queen of Claws. Rather some slight changes in behavior. Why would I do that for each individual boss when I could just give you a different boss? Because, like, these bosses all function. Some probably have overlap, but for the most part, there's quite big differences between their functionality. Right, like if we go back to the list, we could just point at Magical Girl, right? Flies around, doesn't want to get near you instead of what we're used to, which is melee. There's an argument to how much you need to change to justify being a different boss. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, like, if you're suggesting having slightly more aggressive boss or slightly more passive boss sort of idea is kind of what I'm getting from the terms, like, just slightly different tweaks in its personality, I guess, is the shorthand. No, I'm not going to do that, because at that point in time, I would just do an entirely different boss that has very similar abilities, but has a very different way of functioning. Because the kit's very designed around the style that I want from them. Party Animal is supposed to try and get on top of you and in your face and create a lot of area that you're denied from actually running around in. So it's harder to get back to him, but you don't really want to stand on top of him. That's the idea. With, bloody, where is he? Doggo of Knife, it's about, like, you want to try and kill him not slowly, is the big thing. You want to burst him down really, really quickly, because you don't want to have to deal with him getting higher damage and stuff like that. But if you do get to that situation and you can't quite finish him off, then you'll start going, okay, well, I'm going to kite him out, because he's slower. Alright? With our only hard boss we've got so far, Queen of Claws, you need to kill her, like, all at once, because she's going to heal based on her missing health, right? And she's going to summon spawns, so they're going to constantly harass you, so you kind of have a harder time getting to her easily, and then she does a lot of, like, damage in an area around her, again, kind of threatening you. Don't get right near her, but you need to kill her fast. You want to pop in, deal as much damage as possible, pop out, and then hope that that time frame of popping back in again isn't too long that she's healed back the damage. How would I change that personality without, like, completely shifting that character? Because she's not even wanting to get close to the player. She actually tries to aim to stay a bit of a distance away. That's where I'm going with a lot of this statement of just, like, bosses will not have any alterations outside of straight up a new boss. Because anything more becomes too complex, and it means that a player can't actually feasibly design a play around it. Because that's the other thing, is like, if I see a boss turn up, I'm like, okay, I know what boss this is. I know how to play against this. I shouldn't have a more info check than is necessary. Like, that's already a bit of an info check. Just feel like there's a balance of boss complexity versus amount. Yeah, and that's why I say, like, they've got abilities, they've got things. That's where hard bosses come in, as they function quite intensely. So you aim for what the player expects. Not expects. It's that I'm not going to make... Again, we have to keep in mind that the average player is not going to want to look at wikis, is not going to want to know every in-depth, detailed mechanic. I want to give you the ability to look at the game and understand what you need to do to play. Not that you can accomplish it, but you can understand it. The rest is on you. You need to make that make up for that difference in skill and understanding. But if I look at the game, I should be able to go, I know what this does. Right? I roughly know what this does. So if I come against a boss, and I've come against it before, I shouldn't have any substantial irregularities put forward by that boss, unless that's their mechanic. But then, like, it's not expectation, it's that you can learn how to play against things. Because by adding too much, you overload what the player can handle, and you shift the curve from complexity and fun to more complexity, less fun. And that's something that's a very core thing to keep in mind. Because there's a very fine balance with that, and you need to work within that expectation. By having a shitload of bosses, I'm already creating a regularity with that, because you might not see that same boss again for a long time. So I'm already not willing to increase that skill understanding, and like that gap of understanding and skill, more than I already have. It's like if I go into Diablo and go fight one of the bosses in that they're going to completely change the mechanics each time. God no, that would be horrendous. There would be less optimization and less fun with that. Well, no, let me correct. There'd be fun for a smaller group, not fun for the larger group. There's also the route of doing things they don't expect, but it's more risky. Yes. And that's why I say there's some bosses that will have that. Just as a reminder, like there is Fourth Wall Breaker, right? Like we've got another boss, I don't remember which one it is. RNGesus. RNGesus is literally about like just random shit. Right? Like we have bosses that kind of do some of these things. RNGesus is for gamblers, but that's the thing, is like you're not going to be able to choose RNGesus spawning unless there's a modifier that forces it to spawn. I don't know. We could make one that's like all bosses spawn RNGesus and that'd be fucking funny. But it's that idea of like the bosses spawning is going to be random. So therefore, there's already a knowledge gap there of you don't know what you're going to be fighting. You can't build consistently to counteract the composition that you'll be fighting with bosses. It's kind of why you actually would want to bring, if you have a party of people, you'd want to bring some diversity. You'd want characters that can do lots of damage quickly, characters that do very slow damage, but maybe like huge damage when they do it, stuff like that, right? You'd need to plan around that. And that's the idea. I swear I had a boss that was like literally just yoinks this fucking stuff from the previous ones that played. I don't know. But yeah, that's why I'm like, I get where you're coming from, Mello, but what you're suggesting is not good for a game like this. That's already a lot of knowledge going on. It's the same reason why Vampire Survivors doesn't actually change its bosses at all, and it has really set times for all of its things, because then you can get used to it. Your brain will start knowing when to do things, when you need to do certain things. holocure as well, very set in its times. I don't have set times, so therefore I have to make some rules that are strict and consistent. We're already kind of breaking a couple of that in that with doing the elites, but that's why I'm doing them as a very soft addition. It's the stats might be like double the base stats, but outside of that, not really much else has changed. I was like, oh, it's got like a couple of random effects maybe, if not just one. It's a mistake a lot of like people make, and I use this term not for you, but for like what I see on Twitter is what we nickname armchair developers, is that they will suggest do this, and it's like, you do realize that's just adding complexity for the sake of complexity. That's not solving an issue, that's adding issues. What does that accomplish? And that's always the question you gotta ask with that sort of thing. I'm not gonna say it's not bad that you're asking that question, because that's kind of what I say with this space, is please ask these questions. It means that I can explain my perspective and maybe formulate a good argument. Maybe I can't, and then there's a point in time where I'm like, oh, well, I need to reconsider how I'm approaching this. Hey, Yanya, how's it going? Because that's the other thing, right? I can't say for damn certainty that this is exactly what I want to have the game be. We are still early in design. Well, early. We're kind of logged in design, but yeah. Modifier for the next 3 runs, you get 50% chance for RNGs. No, not a modifier that affects more than 1 run. I'm saying that hard, putting my foot down on that. That's not what the modifiers are for. They're supposed to be only in run. Slept all Sunday long. Now I don't feel like sleeping, even though I should. I understand that. I mean, I'm going to have to finish up soon so I can get some more cleaning done before the property inspection. And I'm fucking tired because I've just been cleaning and not sleeping because I'm playing games with friends. But yeah, no, I will say very, very much utmost certainty, Milo, there is no modifier that is going to affect more than 1 run. Like, just not happening. That's a hard foot down on that scenario, because that creates... that just doesn't create the game play loop that I want at all. It's supposed to be you go into the run is the run, you leave the run, you get a new run, right? Eden's Blessing and Isaac be like... Because like there's bloody... What's it called again? Meta progression, right? There's meta progression. That's the only thing that's going to carry over. That and characters, right? I don't believe that adding a modifier that would affect more than 1 run is a good call. But like, as well, Miller, you're suggesting things that like add more negatives to the player. That's not strategy, that's just hurting the player. And players don't like to be hurt, right? Because that's what I've said already before, is like, the reason why with modifiers there's more positives than there are negatives, and you have more positive modifier value than you have negative value, is because I don't want to disadvantage the player. We're not going with shadow approach, shadow items approach, where you get an equal negative and an equal positive, because players don't enjoy that on average. Players don't like getting a disadvantage, even if it means they get an advantage most of the time, unless it's almost like a 75 to 25%, right? 75% bonus, 25% negative. So if I said you don't get crates because you screwed up, that is just punishing the player and they're not going to want to play. I'm going to be honest, if I played a game that like this, that did that, I would probably just quit and never boot up the game again. So cool, I'm getting just screwed. There's a reason why the inverse of that is what Hades does. Oh, you lose a run, you got, and you're not running the normal mode, you're running God mode. Guess what you get? You get damage reduction because we're rewarding you for losing because then you're going to be more willing to play. It's actually why there's a funny discussion around MOBAs is that the worse you are, the less you play. Yeah. Think about League of Legends, Dota, all those. The worse you are at those games, the less the game you play. So you actually get less time to improve. Because you're dead. And when you're dead, what can you do? You can do nothing. You don't impact the game anymore. I love in some games with Noita where the drawback is equal to the value that you're getting has made a lot more builds, but it's good. Well, it's because the difference with Noita, and I think you'll agree with me on this, is a lot of the times the negatives actually amplify the build you might be doing, right? Because what I mean by that is there's, so Brotato does this a lot. Brotato's that example of like the more 75-25% ratio, right? But like, it will give you fire rate, but it will lower your damage. It's like, that's fine, because overall I'm amplifying it because I'm building for speed. I'm building for attack rate. I'm doing more on hit effects, potentially, right? That's the idea. That's when it's okay to give you a negative, when it actually is an amplifier in a disguise, in a sense, right? It's, oh, I've got a bigger projectile, but it moves slower. That's fine. Then you get speed to compensate that. That's cool. Same design. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what you want to do with that sort of stuff. That's when using negatives is good, because it's an advantage. That's why I say, like, many of the negative modifiers are funny, because there's some negative modifiers that, like, enemy movement speed is higher. That's actually a good thing for you, because enemies get to you faster and you can kill them faster. More enemies spawn. Again, advantage. Why? Because enemies get to you faster. You get more enemies, means you get more EXP. Why is that a negative? I see that as a positive. Right? I would definitely see it as a positive if more enemies are spawning. But it's a thing that creates a situation where the game is, by all intents and purposes, slightly harder. So I put it as a negative modifier. And that's what you kind of have to consider with that. That's why Noita is often compared to card games. Yes. No, 100%, I agree with that. But, like, that's the important thing with these, is you need to... It's okay to have disadvantages, but you need to be able to compensate for the disadvantages in a nice, meaningful way. In mine, I'm trying to reduce the amount of negative effects, and I'm trying to more give you a flat effect and then a positive effect, is how I'm approaching it. Monarch's item is a great example of this. If we boot up the game, we can look at it quickly. Was it Timeline Binding Ring or whatever? Or Timeline Binding, I think is what it's called. Also, yeah, you should have a look at this character select. I'm actually quite happy with how it's all sitting now. I can even change the skin of the characters on the fly, as I need to. Right, Monarch. Timeline Binding, this one. So, gain cooldown reduction. It's not a lot, but it's okay. Then, gain damage in area equal to 100% of your cooldown reduction, but lose this effect when your health is not full. That's a great example of kind of what I mean. That's technically a negative effect, isn't it? Because I'm basically saying, if I reword that, it's, like, you lose damage in area when your health is not full. Like, that's straight up what that says. Also, I think the run speed's... Is that affected by the hover? I want to see her run again. Yeah, that looks like it's affected by the hover. I'll do that at some point. But yeah, so that's an example of what I mean by, like, that's a negative effect dressed as a positive effect. There's other examples, Slay the Spire, start with advantages, be better than the drawbacks, but in later Ascension, once the game is... Yeah. Well, it's because that's the other thing, is that game is designed with... That's also optional, right? That's what modifiers are in this. Modifiers are optional. You can raise your modifier value, which means that your positives and negatives will become more varied and more potent, but that's an opt-in choice. You don't have to get a higher number. I mean, another example here is for random, we've got the grandfather deck, right? Which it's just like, I swear that's increasing the value really high. I might need to look into that. But like, this is actually a drawback because these aren't always good. Monster Restore is awful in most situations because it's a random res effect. So that means I have to randomly roll into it and then die within the next few seconds to even get value out of one of the options. That's awful. No, any tutorials I could get started with it? I honestly just Googled around with that and just looked and saw. But Acebrite's pretty linear, so you'll be pretty fine with it, yeah. I'll say that. Yeah, it's not too complex or difficult. But yeah, like again here, number one hostess is another good example of like an effect that's a positive and a negative, right? Because this is when out of combat you restore max health really, really rapidly. But that's only when you're out of combat. Oh shit. Well, what if I can't get out of combat? This is useless. But if you can get out of combat, holy shit, this is awesome. It's all about giving advantage and disadvantage in the right spaces, right? Did I hear Garen? Yeah, basically. It is Garen's passive. Garen be like, hey, I'm just gonna sit under my turret instead of going back to base, it'll be fine. But like, her entire kit, the reason why I can justify giving her this effect is because her entire kit is about being point blank range and taking damage. So this is my little way of you going like, okay, I'm taking too much damage, I can't sustain this, I need to get out of the combat, give myself a moment, pull myself back together, and then we'll go back in and try and ramp up. But you're now weaker because you're not ramped anymore. Because again, this one here, it's when taking damage, gain armor and damage for 7 seconds, stacking up to 10 times. That stacks up really high. That's a lot of armor and damage you're getting, but you're gonna lose that, and now you're gonna take more damage the moment you go back into that fight. I see, nice idea of incentive of going in and out. Exactly. Gotta incentivize that, otherwise people forget. Kumicho as well. This doesn't actually affect this, because this isn't combat damage. This is a damage over time effect you get. Right? Because it's technically not dealing damage. Technically. So this is very much like, okay, I'm starting to take too much damage. I have a bit of breathing room. I could get out, but also this means that I have way more damage reduction, and any healing immediately makes this really good. This is why I say you run this with Iron Mouse, because you get health regen. Because again, Iron Mouse with an assist gives you Satanic Resilience. Would have increased armor / HP, but reduces damage for a few seconds while healing. Why would I do that? If I give you a thing of like increase armor and all that sort of stuff, but like while you're healing, I mean, I could see an effect like that outside of this character, but like with this character as an example, you're already probably not doing damage when you're healing. That's a huge weakness. I'm not killing things, therefore the game's going slow. That's bad. Like, there's lots of little things about figuring that stuff out, right? And I'm not going to say I've got it right. Some of these characters are probably going to be god-awful. Some of them are going to be really good. We'll see. But I do need to figure out that. It looks like if I hover over the thing, while is it while tooltips are up? Yeah, it looks like while any tooltip is up, it's affecting the sprite speed. Gonna have to look at that. But yeah, I could see doing something like that effect though. Yeah, with a different character, maybe eventually. Music is a certified jammer. Honestly, I really want to listen to the music in game more. But it's so irregular because it's only while the game's open. But yeah, it's Heartbound is the music. Game Pirate Software is work. Yeah, no, it's Pirate Software's game. Heartbound. But I liked this music. This music was nice. And then we've got the in-run music as well. I need to fix that lockout though. The input lockout has been really weird. But yeah, I typically just have the music muted, so I can just not have to worry about going and having music carry over. There we go. Alright. Yes, Milo. That is indeed my name. If you're gonna ask a question, you might as well ask it instead of asking for my attention. Alright, what if we could try make some custom music for you? I mean, I'm not gonna say no. It's just, I'm also gonna be extremely picky. I've done almost... I did not make those songs. I found them. They're from a pack that I could get for free without attribution on itch.io. Outside of that, everything else is mine, right? All the normal SFX is me. And I need to finish making more because I've got like a lot that I need to make. What do you need in terms of SFX? Fuck, I don't know, like just more abilities and shit. More, maybe some fucking noises for like the bosses and shit. But again, that's why I say like, I don't know what I fully need. I need to sit down at some point and make a list. And when I'm making that list, I'm probably just gonna make them, is the short answer. How I approach a lot of stuff at the moment. Anyway, I'm gonna start finishing up because I know that the person is coming at noon, like afternoon, and now it is noon. So I don't know when. But we'll be back tomorrow. So with that all being the case, thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye. Also hydrate, yes, do indeed hydrate.